There's no sound on the street.
You do have to keep running.
It's just texting.
Yeah, we switched to Neo 550s to make it lighter, and we have to keep, as soon as Scott spits it out.
Yeah.
It'll destroy it. But that's something we can do, right?
Yeah.
Not a battery problem or anything. Okay.
Seems like it's working now.
All right, and then the shooter here.
So double flywheel shooter. We use the big wheels so it has more momentum and it shoots the ball really high. It's not geared down at all, so it has like full power of the wheels and no gear reduction, so it's spinning however fast you need to spin.
There's videos in the media channel of it, like shooting with, it's sort of like a side view here so you can see that we go in.
Yep. And I think that shot was with like 40%,
45%.
45% power, so it's got plenty of room. We could shoot it from like all the way back here to make it still. So interesting. An option.
Okay.
So, has that changed from midday?
No, we were using,
No, I don't think so.
No.
Same one? Okay.
Before lunch we didn't change it.
So to clarify the points system for algae, if you score it in the processor, your opponent gets it and makes an easy shot into the net. The processor is worth 6 points for our team, but when they score, it's worth 4 points for their team. It's also generally good for the competition bonus. So like a net 2 points with a little asterisk, that's kind of like, could be more. Yeah.
and like during anything that isn't, I guess, qualifiers, it would make more sense. During finals, it would make more sense to only be shooting in the top.
If the net could hold infinite, yes. I think.
You can fit all of them into this.
But you can't.
Unless is it longer?
This is
Mathematically, there's three of them they're going to separate, and you might be able to.
But also, like 9-star on our side, if you have one robot to go pick up, that's the
Yeah. Okay, we don't need to talk about strategy at all. It's just too much of a rabbit hole. And then if you were to score straight in the net, that's 4 points. So it's worth a little less than twice as much, I would say, to shoot it up there. And it's definitely going to be harder, like, for teams to line up and do it, but possible. And a flywheel system works, right?
Yep.
Cool. All right, coral stuff. Let's start with coral intake. And then Aaron, you can get your crew ready with it.
Okay, raise your hand if you saw it work. Okay.
We saw it work, but it only wants to work when it wants
Okay, so quick refresher, can't make it coral. Coral. Yeah, coral. Oh my god, please, one at a time. It was Carrie's fault. So quick refresher, we've got 2 sets of wheels. We have a smaller set down here, a larger set of big compliant wheels up here. When we run them both in opposition, we intake the coral. We've tested from all kind of 360 orientations, right? Pretty well. Past this set of wheels here. And then these wheels, I think we can actually run this with a drill. We can get a drill with enough power. Over there. Is that one still plugged in? Oh, extension cord drill.
Do an extension cord.
Rhea, there's one behind you, I think.
Where'd it go?
There's a long one behind you.
Well, we can only get one drill right now without putting there's a bunch of. Do you want to drive it?
I can drive it.
So then we drive this kind of horizontal set of rollers that squares the algae. We then drive this roller down here. Hopefully. That squares the algae over there. And we have repeatable orientation ambivalent algae placement in the right corner of the robot, which is meant to
Hand off the other.
synchronize with a number of elevator strategies that we discussed.
The idea is we want to be able to pick up any orientation on the ground, just drive over it to it, pick it up, and get it in the same position. Potential modifications, hey, we might need to
This
raise
for
it
sure.
lower, this compression here, these middle wheels, I'm not sure if
And
they're needed.
unfortunately, like, that's stuff that we were, hoping to get dimensions for today and didn't have time, which is fine.
It-
But like, we'll have to make like a very
Iterational
modular.
stuff.
and iterate tomorrow, which is like scary to me.
Yeah, so I was thinking we would continue to try to find you some dimensions tonight,
Okay.
if that's helpful.
Yeah.
I don't mean to volunteer your time, but I'll be hanging out.
Okay. This is good. We'll
Because,
talk about that if we
I
decide
agree.
to go with it.
and this is something that we discussed, we'd probably want to get a pretty good physical idea of because the
Yeah.
coral are so weird to deal with.
It has potential, but yeah.
All right, John.
When you say it works, does it work like every time or like
When
is it getting
I,
jammed?
before I went to go take my nap, we ran,
It worked a bunch.
we ran probably
And then I touched it and now it doesn't.
10, 15 in a row, and we would intake and square from pretty much any orientation.
Oh, really?
And
It's just like continuous.
I was hyped. This is really disappointing.
Wow.
Yeah.
He was hyped to go take his nap.
Yeah, I was like, I'm done. We'll finish.
15 in a row.
Then come back, it's like donut.
Okay.
It was really good. Who saw it? I saw it.
Okay. So what I need, like, yeah, we could probably have time to do this tonight. Okay. The idea with this is that we could then hand it off to the elevator.
Well, I think Matthias just kind of answered it, but I was going to ask, like, so that just intakes it, but there's no plan with that for how it's going to be.
No, this is not a scoring.
We've got concepts of a plan. Like it's
Just-
gonna be
Concepts,
good.
okay.
All right, let's do most girl.
Yeah, can it be any less wide than that? Will that be
Yes.
set a frame perimeter?
We would keep that as the same.
This is about 34 inches wide.
Less
Yeah.
wide?
It's just
We'll
it's
make it
just
as wide as
uncut.
possible to like, we will stay, yeah.
So,
You want to start or?
So we didn't get a chance to actually mount this piece because it took forever.
let's introduce this first, guys. I don't think everybody knows this. This is supposed to be the transfer from the intake into the elevator, say either Rio or any other outtake groups, Coral. So what we did was, this is our transfer, we have 4 set of arms, and now Michael will go in and try to explain what
So
this is.
assume this is in the front, it's probably used, this is just here. We run all the wheels and it moves up this way. The-
Yeah, so what we're trying to learn from this one is like, which wheels are the best? We've learned the squishiest wheels, right?
Yeah,
Which is
you
not
have more
wheels.
grip.
Okay, and like, what kind of compressions work for that? And we can get numbers for that.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, we'll stay in the numbers tonight.
Yeah, and then we probably have 2 plates here and here, or 2 bars here and here, because
So
it
then
kind of,
flat.
Yeah, or just separate the wheels enough that it's like really stuck in there.
No, if we
We
separate
did
the
that.
wheels, it would,
It gets stuck in
it
the
gets
front.
stuck.
it would,
Oh,
this
it
would
just
get
folds the
stuck,
wheels
yeah.
apart?
Yeah.
Okay. Can we do it with one wheel? Like,
Yeah,
yeah,
this is double the weight that it needs to be theoretically.
yeah.
yeah.
Okay, good to know. Sweet. All right, yeah, that's that prototype. I've seen it work. That's all right. Okay, now we have an entirely different concept for Coral.
Alright, so how many people have seen ours work? Not a lot, yes. Okay, so, I think we can do it.
Alright, well, the first, what we were working on most recently, right before this, is just getting the folding mechanism to work.
It's sticky a little bit also.
Yeah,
It's over on that side.
Well, so the main
Oh,
thing
well, this is
with
just cut
ours
too long, but this
is-
folds back,
Yeah.
and then it drops and it locks.
Yeah, so it stays in the.
Nice. So frame perimeter, you let it go.
And then it would stay down the entire
Yeah.
match. If we wanted to, we could come up with something with like collars and shafts and get it
Yeah,
to
yeah.
actually be able to move up and down. But the main point of ours was that it can work with coral and algae. So, I have a coral. There's one right here.
Do you wanna,
Oh,
I'm not gonna get that out.
You got it.
Thank you.
do you want me to take this off?
Do you want us to show it on here?
Yeah, if you can.
Okay,
If it
so
would take
no.
less than 2 minutes.
Alright. So,
Well, for Alan first.
yeah, we'll do the algae first. So it can take the algae off the reef and then,
So this is like a dual intake, correct?
yes.
Depending on if it's open or closed.
So it can take the algae off the reef, and then ideally it would be on the elevator and can move
Yeah.
up and down and then put it in the processor. And then it can also pick up coral from the ground in any position as we've tested so far, and then put that onto the reef.
Did you ever do it like angled over the bumpers, or do you want this to like sit outside the bumpers on the ground?
So we were doing it at many different angles, whether like being horizontal worked, but I don't think it's going to work out being horizontal just because of the bumpers. And we tested a bunch of different angles, and having the two wheels, it almost every single time goes perfectly in between.
Okay.
And we didn't even have any plexiglass under it. There was just a huge gap when we tested it. So to make it like even more accurate, put some plexiglass, but it worked without that.
Okay.
All right, do we want to bring it forward? So then the algae is grabbed by these smaller wheels.
Lift up the back, restrict the carpet, the carpet.
The carpet! Teddy, do you have another one with smaller wheels?
Great.
I know. All right,
Wow,
so
you only do one side.
back up. And then this is solid on here. And then keep the outtake too.
Nice.
And then, yeah. We don't have to pressurize it, let's just. So the pistons would be pressurized and they work really well with opening in and out. I think a lot of people probably saw us testing that. And there's also videos on Cheap Up on YouTube too.
Goes about, it's a little less than the outer diameter of the pipe, and you can run these at the same time, so it'll align it as you're driving into it. So the idea is to drive into it with the wheels inside spinning. If you hit it at an angle, it'll align it, and then you trap it, and then you can do whatever you want with it from there. And we've tried that. We have some videos. We don't have any pulled up right now, but they might be on the YouTube page.
All right, it's not currently at the right height to do this. We were testing it for the algae, but basically, since it would be on the elevator, it'd be able to move down, and pretty
Nice.
much from any angle, whether it's horizontal or at the 35-degree angle, it is able to easily slide this onto here.
Cool. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's
It
pretty.
takes a little bit more lineup than the passive one, correct? Like you'd have to be,
I mean,
well, I don't know. It's kind of the same amount of lineup, but his, like
back it up.
the PVC, like passive verticalization of coral prototype that
I
Rio
mean-
has under him.
From what we found, like this slides on here so easily from like any angle like that. So even if this came at it like a little bit wonky, like, it still would able to
Interesting,
slide
okay.
on.
Is there gonna program the height on the elevator?
Yeah, the height's
Yeah,
not a
so-
problem.
Yeah.
Is there going to be an April tag on that, or?
There is.
Okay, so that could also help with alignment.
Programming, can you align to an April tag 12 inches to the left?
Like I said in Slack, like it's like feel. Are you talking about camera placement or like robot?
So if our camera's centered, but our robot wants to be,
Yes, yeah,
that works?
yes. But the camera should ideally be in the center.
Cool, okay, we'll do our best.
I've got one more question. Have we tested how far we can shoot the algae with that design?
The algae or the coral? Because this is takes up
The algae.
Puts it.
The ball.
It's not gonna
It's not gonna go 8 feet.
Shooting with it?
Okay.
You need a flywheel.
I
We
don't
tried
think
putting the algae just in the flywheel and turning it on, and it would not go anywhere.
Okay.
You have to spin it up first.
Okay. Cool. Thank
So,
you.
well, yes, this is angled down, so it only really shoot it downward. That's why we're saying the processor.
Yeah.
But if we were to make this on an axle, they'll go up and down.
No, I was just wondering if we could shoot the algae into the thing. So.
With modification,
Yeah.
probably, yeah.
If you could, because it pivots already.
Because then this would do everything except our climb, right?
Yes.
Okay.
How's that vibe with source? Like, would you need it on the ground, or could you?
So I think the theory is that you just put it all on the ground,
Okay.
and you just pick it up as you go.
Which is theoretically better anyway.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so then you don't have to line up to the human player station.
Luke?
Can you do the top algae or
No,
top
it-
roof?
it-
Okay, so that's the next thing I want to talk about. Range of motion of our elevator, assuming we don't do anything crazy, like any like cool thing to fit inside of our elevator. If we mount an elevator on top of our current chassis, like we have right now, and cut it down to the 42 inches, like maximum starting height, this is our range of motion, 52 inches. So you can go from source to level 4 pretty easily. Decent amount of comfort there for something. If you're going from ground, you're very much restricted to level 3. And it seems like a pretty straightforward story there, distance and elevator. I don't think we should really get into any like finagling with angling the elevator to get a little bit more range of motion, because we need that much more range of motion.
How do you go to level 4? You said you only have 54 inches, but
So if we have a design that can't put its grabber all the way to the floor.
okay.
So the lowest that the elevator goes
outside
here.
of the maximum
Jerry,
height.
you wouldn't mount the
Top or
elevator?
Bottom of the carriage.
Yeah, you mount it to
it would
the top
still
of the
start
third
outside
stage
the perimeter
carriage.
then, right?
You'd have to do a separate measurement for
If
that.
you raised it up, like if you raised it up so it didn't touch the ground.
Then you
then
just
it-
mount higher. on the
Yeah, but when you mounted it higher, you'd have to collapse it more because you still.
No,
have it-
sorry, we're not mounting the whole elevator higher. We're mounting an intake relative to the third stage carriage higher.
Okay.
Oh.
So we're going from, instead of like that square that we have in the elevator to here,
Yeah.
and then there'll be a piece that like holds the intakes.
Got it.
It's a pretty normal thing for teams to do, actually.
That makes sense. I was just confused how you're getting more height without going higher.
So that's how you can manipulate your range of motion, like just up and down, the percent.
One other consideration too, we could try angling the arm itself almost vertically, pointing upwards, and see if it's possible to shoot it up. Yeah,
Do you mean like this?
Yes.
For-
Arc it onto
For
the
algae or
board.
for coral?
yeah.
Yeah, so
It's a
then-
bit of a stretch, but it's a consideration, to say the least.
Because at the, like,
Cool. All right, do we have anything else to say about
Yeah,
coral
like
algae
that.
manipulation?
What about the passive one from Rio's? We haven't seen.
Oh, sorry, yeah, do those. My bad. All right, coral placement.
Alright, so this is, essentially we intake this from the coral station. We intake it here, we have this motor spinning in, and then right now it's obviously not spinning, but the coral's in there decently well. We can also set it to a really low rate of spin, and it's stall, to get it to stall out, holding this in. And then even when this is spinning at a low rate, it's still passive. You just run right into it. Just run right into it. It just comes right off.
Okay. How much of an advantage is it to automatically kick this thing out of our robot once it's aligned? Like, is it significantly better than a system that has to line up and then go?
I would say, because it's something that I would say we're doing, it doesn't save a ton of time, but it is something we'll be doing a number of times, so.
Okay, I asked that in a misleading way, because I think it saves a lot of time.
Well, over time, each individual time is not a lot, but we're doing so much, I
I
think
can
that's,
imagine
that's
a
saving.
robot that has to like outtake, just kind of lining up, and then your driver's behind it, you don't know if you're lined up, you spin it off, you drop it in the wrong place, you have to pick it up. Like your
Its accuracy rate is high.
is like,
Yeah.
you miss it.
You missed it.
Yeah.
Is there a way where you can miss?
Is there a way where you can do this? Kinda like,
It falls off. Can you try to miss it?
Can you purposely try to miss?
I bet if you go too low.
if you were to do this, I bet it would
Purposely try to miss.
Oh, yeah.
But that's the height then, right? But that's the height. Height you get to choose.
So it goes like side to side, but if you're too far to the left or right.
I think having driven drive coach,
Like middle of this,
Yeah.
We're both circles.
I just sent another video in the build event of Dan holding that while the motor's like squeezing it in a little bit, and he's like shaking it around and turning it, and it's like very low retained.
So you're not worried about dropping it if we use the right dimensions?
Yeah.
The nice thing is that this one starts in the source, and it can't reach the fourth level.
Yes.
Just can't hit the top.
Okay, so this is one that would start with that range of motion that's higher.
Out of context.
it's got chills.
Now, the other nice thing is that this one with only one wheel, which is not our original started down here with two wheels. The nice thing was to do one with one wheel, but like we can work with like Logan's project where it's able to take off the algae at the same time as putting on the coral. Like that.
Yeah, so the video we showed first.
Yeah.
All right, how much time does that save?
A lot of
Having both, yeah.
Having both at the same time, Joan?
source height, you can still score on L2.
Yeah, it should
Source
be.
height is like the same as.
That
Yeah, like
is
starts with where it
electric,
starts.
I think. Wow, and then with our current elevator delta that we get,
Yeah.
you can get to the, wow.
If we mounted the second way.
But that makes the
Right.
floor pickup kind of bad. This is why we kind of pivoted around lunch to making all of these floor elevators, because we realized we might want to shift this range of motion really high.
Yeah.
And now we have to get something that, if we can possibly do coral and taking off the floor, which is not strictly necessary, but would be a huge issue. Now we
What-
need something to transport
what
the
does the
coral
source line
that's
look
like this
like?
high.
There's a few problems with this, but I think we figured it out. Whenever it comes in, I have the videos on my phone, they're in the Slack. Whenever it comes in, one or two problems with this prototype. It either gets stuck like this,
Okay.
or it kind of comes in and it like spins off this and flies away.
So about.
But Matthias was talking about having a better tapered, two funnels that have like better taper to bring it in. I think that would work a lot better.
Okay.
And that doesn't
And it is a
necessarily-
human player here, so you won't get it perfect, but you're going to get a relatively good drop. It's not completely random or anything.
Designable.
Yeah.
In the human player station, aren't those grooves meant for like sliding the PVC down too?
The problem with that is the robot coming up is not going to come up exactly in the middle. It might come up a little bit this way. So then if you're not aligned with the grooves, it comes in like that.
There's an April tag. Yeah, is it not the same as placement?
How close could you get? How close could you get?
You can get all the way and you align and then.
Oh,
We just put that there, we just put that there.
there is an April tag. No.
I'll stay here overnight.
They're close though.
We can only have one at a time.
But is it not the same accuracy as lining the place up with coral that it would be for pickup? Yeah, but we would love it to be better.
It's still not going to come in perfect.
Is it based on April tags though? I don't know. Okay. Jeremiah?
Do we have
Guys, let's listen to
any?
Jeremiah. Let's keep the side conversations till it. I'm gonna, after we do all the climbs, the next thing is gonna be discussed with your group. We will have time to talk about these before they make a decision. But for now, let's listen to what people have to say.
So I think level 4 on that is crazy if we can do that. Do we have any way to get from there to there now? Using that design and that design to get it into that?
Probably have to, well, maybe you can bring this down, well, no. The problem is,
Like, can we
it's
feed
hard
it
to
from the
intake
back
this.
or can we do anything
I'm
like
just
that?
trying to think of a good way to feed it from the back. You just have to keep it from catching beforehand. So maybe with if it catches beforehand though, it's gonna kind of suck it up like this.
What if you're
But if you're able to get it like fall like this and then suck it in,
So if you get rid of the bar and the plate altogether, you just have it wheel straight in from the
This
back.
plate?
Yeah, you just have it wheel straight in.
oh, like
Is
just,
that gonna change
a
your
one-
design at all? Like, if it's still wedged between the wheel and that plastic piece and then you drive in?
as long
So
as it
there's
ends
a-
up stopping there.
I think
Well,
this
actually-
is kind of a non-issue, right? Because if we have the coral kind of sticking out right here, this thing is going to be on a wrist because it wants to go up or down.
Okay.
Like the ideal orientation for it, placing on L2 or L3 is horizontal.
Yes.
The ideal for L4 is like this, and the ideal for pickup is like this. So this thing deserves a wrist,
Okay.
right? And it's a small light mechanism.
Yeah,
so
it's
not a
fine.
problem.
Yeah, we can do wrist.
So as it's on a wrist, now you have a fourth orientation where it goes like this,
Yeah.
and it just sucks it up vertically.
There's a big design difference.
That feels like the handoff. The obvious
No,
choice.
it wouldn't work.
Oh, yeah.
Because if you put it in place like this,
You'll have it rotating like
it's not
this and
gonna
it'll,
work.
but yeah, dude, this.
If you have it like this to drop off, you have to spin it the whole way around.
No, sorry, elevator's pointing towards the entrance.
Jerry.
I just flipped it upside down. It's my fault.
Jerry.
Elevator's pointing towards the entrance. This is like on the back of the robot.
Oh, so this is going this
Yeah.
way.
Yeah.
How tall?
How do you get that past this? Like to hit a coral?
The intake's gotta come inside the bumpers.
The intake's gotta come inside the bumpers, yeah. But it has to run.
So it's gonna fold up?
The intake?
Yeah.
I mean, in my head, it's a 4-bar.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the intake meets
The intake is the sketchy part of this situation.
Okay.
You can also put it on pneumatics.
Well, we can expect it.
But I've designed that kind of thing more than once. Oh, twice. So yeah, the handoff would look like elevator facing this way. This plus enough to probably get it to like about this high, which is significant. But I mean, it's just like a lot of weight and wheels and crap, and like it's all got to fit.
We should
before the
add a few
elevator.
more wheels, man.
Even more wheels. The last one said. Are we good to move on to climb, or do we have any other important things to say? Cool. Climber 1 with the cams. Actually, let's do the
shallow climber.
shallow climber. Sorry. Shallow, you want to show that?
Yeah. So basically, it's just like a hook. So when you go over the climber, I mean, I'll just use the top because I don't want to go to the climber. You don't have to move it. Just like imagine that this is the bottom. You basically can just like drive up to it, and like once you get over it, so back, some sort of bar over the back. Once it hits that, you drop down. This will be in the back of the elevator. You drop down the elevator, you back up, and then you start pulling up. And then once you start pulling up, it won't move because of the bottom of the hook. So basically, yeah, that's it. We were thinking of like, if you want to make it line up better, you can put like a triangle on it so it center it more. But in general, this isn't that big, so it's just like an easy way to go in, drop it, pull down, back up.
On YouTube, we have a video of like all of us pulling up on the cage, and it lifts it without a problem.
So imagining our robot facing this way, we have all of our stuff going on this way. This is mounted to the elevator like that.
Yeah.
This is probably mounted to the second stage of the elevator, not the third stage. If you know elevators, that makes sense. If you don't, it's okay. But it just gives you a better mechanical advantage that way. And so we would mount this at a reasonable height, just above it, and then you just drive your elevator down. Pretty sure we can get our elevator to make this pretty reasonable. Yeah.
Only problem, I'm not 100% sure, but I don't think you can touch the top.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
We were imagining
No, we were imagining that as the bottom because I didn't want to move it.
Oh.
Yeah, that's the bottom. Sorry.
Given that we'd have to gear down our elevator quite a lot in order to make it work well, it would make sense to just stick it on the climber in a box instead, so that way we're not running our elevator at at less than a third of the speed it is now. Because it's currently 15 to 1. Giving us a safe range, we'd want to be 50 to 1 to climb. But if we just stick something like that on the climber in a box, we don't have to move everything as slowly.
It's 2 times.
Yeah, that 2 times 23 average is that. It would really be 48. Yeah, 48 would be a reasonable way to be able to make your box.
Okay. Yeah, so we would need to gear down our elevator significantly. I think it would still be, this is kind of, yeah, so it would be on the order of like this fast. Right now we're like this fast.
We've got it right
Okay. So this design is still like a backup because we're really hoping to do a deep climb. So let's start with this guy.
We should do that.
All right, let's start with this guy.
Alright, so we look at this one. The idea with this one is that you have one wheel, which is right here. So we're using this cart as like a simulator for the robot. Your wheel would push against this pole, and then you have a back passive roller that you drive your robot in. The cage sits in here like this, and then your roller flips down or comes through or like somehow engages. And then when you drive your robot, it pries the cage between those 2 rollers, and you can just roll up this. It doesn't work. The setup we have right now doesn't work. I don't know if
To
Matthias
clarify,
or Caleb wants to explain more of the math.
Yeah, basically once you're off the ground, your center of mass is creating like a huge moment that like basically torques you to like stay on the thing and puts like a huge force into the wheel, which lets it have like a huge friction force and you can just roll right up it. Before you're hanging on it, you have to create that force yourself. So I don't know if it'd be the end of the world to design something that like basically pushes where you want to like push it one more time. Yeah. It like pushes there. But we have to be on the order of like 50 to 60 pounds of pushing there before we have the friction force that we need to lift half the robot, to get the weight on it, and then lift the other half of the robot. And then do that. So yeah, that seems like, also like the PVC part that goes there, you have to like drive in and like lock that in. So all of a sudden we're talking about like multiple mechanisms, including a funnel that sits up like a third of our robot.
Yeah. The advantage of this is it doesn't have to be in the center of your robot. You don't have to be bounced around it because you do climb higher, and you're kind of using that offset mass to your advantage.
Yep.
But yeah, we couldn't get it to work with the setup. I can try to pull this off here if you, but I think it's better if you just explain it. I don't know.
There's a video in, wherever the videos go.
So for this other thing, and build event.
In the build event channel, I think it's like a minute long video or something like that.
Alright, it's worth us watching that. It's,
36
David
minutes.
sent it, it's 36 seconds long.
Alright, yeah. Let me describe a little bit what's happening. Yeah, you can do that.
I don't know.
Are you bring it over here? Alright, so this is a climb that we think will work, but it has a lot of like constraints that it places on the rest of the design. Because it basically means we have to climb around the center of mass of our robot, and it also means we have to leave a hole in the middle of our robot open that we can push this cage through.
And not just right in the middle, like from a whole side, so you can run it.
From a whole side. So do you want to demonstrate it coming in from the side and what that kind of looks like? It's aggressive.
So, kind of like this, and it's just kind of like falling in, keep it driving, and then it kind of centers itself on these two walls, and you can kind of back up a bit if you want to get it perfectly in there. It's a little weird right now because there's zip ties, but like there's supposed to be a solid wall.
Yeah, and then there we have this a lot to one.
It's like 225 to 1.
There we go. That will come down, and these are last year's robots hooks, but we just want them for a curved surface, kind of like a cam that we can push this up while letting us still slide a bit on it. And by doing this, this is fixed a little bit higher than it is sitting right now. So as we get to push this down, like it lifts the rest of the robot. And so it's not the most height that we get to climb. Like we're only gonna get probably, we think like three inches off the ground. And that's gonna mean that our robot has to be pretty steady.
Do we need a bottom plate?
Potentially.
Yes or no? Do we cut a hole in our robot, or do we cut a hole and make a whole metal like?
I think we want to go.
We can get away with just.
I think we want to go further down and support the top of the cage rather than having a bottom.
Okay, so what he means by that is like, instead of trying to pinch this between like hooks and a belly pan, we would cut a hole in our robot, send the hooks as low as we're allowed to go, which is like the floor, maybe plus 1 inch. And then to prevent it from just like tipping forward and backward relative to this, we would have something here.
Yeah, which is the same aspect that we have this like funnel that when it initially came in, centered it this way. It would be nice to have something at a higher level as well that we can also brace primarily against right there.
Yeah, so because the center of gravity of the robot is going to be generally like to my left of this, towards like the front of the robot, this would be like leaning against something rigid here. And so that way, like once you've climbed, the cage and your robot become kind of a rigid group, but it still has to be centered because the whole shebang can rotate around here.
So yeah, I mean, you can, this would lift up a robot if it's break and not
Yeah.
Is there a reason you're coming in the side and the elevator's on the front? Like,
Like why not come in the back?
because I'm just thinking if we have a tall elevator right here. Alright, tall elevator right here. And it'd be really nice to have like diagonal supports, and you're taking out one of those. Whereas if the elevator is here, you could still have both diagonal supports.
I guess, can we theoretically put a ramp here and have these start 180 degrees? So they're like, they're like tucked under the ramp?
So we wanted it to be as low as possible.
That's gonna drag over a lot of, you'd have to move the battery, because that's gonna drag all over it. You could probably do it though, because I mean,
What
you
if-
just keep going forward until it's in position. Because like, the whole thing is encapsulated itself on the walls.
So is there a reason that you want, you said you wanted the elevator here, right?
So I can explain that.
But
So
yeah.
the main reason why, you have to have the center ramping either at or in front of those hooks. So you have to get it over the hooks or
Yeah.
beside the hooks.
But it still rotates.
So if you can get it over the hooks, it's fine. But other than that, you
So-
can take the size.
You want
You
the
can't go from there.
hooks to be pushing on the same side as the
Center
gravity?
Yes, possibly.
So if we put elevator here and your hooks are here, and like Matthias said, they start all the way flat as like part of the ramp, and then come over, I don't know, there's.
Yeah.
That works.
You just have to know that this is a big hunkin' thing that has to get up over that and will smash into the other side.
That might also help protect the pneumatics too.
We'll get it back on the other side.
But they gotta go somewhere.
Cool. We might also do some sort of like crazy in between.
Yeah, that's gonna whack a swerve module.
With the cover for a swerve module.
Can
Yeah.
you lift that cage up and put it in between this thing? I wanna see what it looks like with relation to the elevator and the engine. Like if we were to do this all in one.
So like,
So
Yeah,
this would be
probably-
generally on this side, right?
yeah,
You take
it would
the
probably be
elevator,
like,
take the pneumatic
or
plate
this way.
Like the pneumatic plate.
We'd be driving in from a side.
so it would have to be like right here.
It
with
is
the-
room for it if we try.
Yeah,
you have to
this
move
12
like
inches for all the mechanisms we talked about. Elevator plus
Intake plus.
Yeah, so the main reason we're thinking it's going for vertical movement or vertical tilting, which is usually people's first idea, is that when you have something that's that tall, any sort of tilting really causes a lot of shifting and also will probably go into the chain and the cage, and that presents a lot of issues. So it's kind of vertical movement or nothing with an elevator that tall.
the reason that the first ideation of this with like clamping on with the force math, the reason that doesn't have the same problem is because you just get higher on the cage.
Yeah.
So you can swing, that's fine. Well, you're gonna
You're
be
gonna,
all the way.
if we had the intake down with the climb though, that's gonna, depending on how heavy that thing is compared to the elevator, it's gonna throw us forward.
That's worse, right?
Yeah.
If you're using that.
But if you bring it, I don't know if we have enough room with the cage in.
That would make it better if you brought it up and rested it.
Yeah, but it's gonna take up more of your room. Like it's gonna go all the way back to that middle wheel and your cage needs to be there. So it almost has to be down.
Couldn't you do a winch on top of the, like, oh wait, no, that'd be, maybe you could mount a winch to the elevator?
You could try to move it.
If you use pneumatics, you don't have to fold it over, it can just.
There's something close to this level or something before, I think. I don't think there's a whole lot of room.
That's what we did in 2019.
Just like straight back.
Yeah, we had it on like linear slides.
I mean, this is kind of a tall article, so it kind of
Since we only have 2 air tanks, so like, we'd probably be running, the compressor can't run nonstop, so it might not be best.
Yeah, we're not going to a pop though, so it doesn't really matter. Like we just need to show that it works. Huh?
We are going to a problem.
We are.
We could probably order them.
Well, we can go to Jester. He'll give us some.
Would that kill our?
He's got like 10.
running the
Okay,
vehicle?
let's, is that all of the prototypes?
Yes, we're climbing.
Sweet. Like for everything.
Oh, that too.
Anybody get this? Wow, that's insane. We got all of that today. Okay. Let's go back to your prototype groups for 15 minutes. Not yet, once I say go. When you do that, with your prototype group, come up with just like an opinion on what the whole robot should look like. You're not going to have that much time to describe it, but we want you to have an opinion and have like a chance to at least talk about it in like a comfortably small group. Yeah.
Can I ask one more thing of Riz Group?
Yeah.
Can you show how low it will go? Right? Yeah. How low? Like how big would the handoff be from the ground?
Straight out from that.
But like on this robot here.
Where you mount it, yeah.
And then pivot down from the back.
Okay. Okay.
So you gotta stick it out to there.
Question? Who built this? How long does this have to be?
That long?
It can't be any shorter.
No.
Maybe an inch.
My idea is, what do we double climb? We have the backup, we build the backup in the robot, so we try doing the center ones. If it doesn't work, you just throw this in the back of the elevator and,
We designed the backup.
yeah, we have a backup. But we have to make sure we build the elevator far enough in that this fits and bring it.
Okay.
That's my only concern.
If you build this an inch shorter,
Yeah,
if
it goes the other way.
The only gonna stick out this way, right?
No, it sticks out the other way.
The back of the elevator's going this way. The front
Oh,
is
then
going
yes.
Oh, the,
But the elevator belongs right in front of the robot. It's more realistic.
No, it's gonna be like here, isn't it? You're gonna transfer and you're gonna have to grab it here.
yeah.
Like, you're gonna have to be somewhere back here.
Okay, so then we can't, there's not enough space.
No, I'm saying the elevator stays here. Center part is open.
We did about like a crossbody.
Wait, this is new, okay. We haven't been thinking elevator behind the climb. We've been thinking elevator shoved in front.
I think it has to be.
I
Because
think-
if you have a transfer
I
from
would
here to
think-
here, you have your gripper thing here on your elevator. It goes up like this.
Okay.
You have to have.
This is new.
Because then you just put it on the back of the elevator and you drive it to the back and then.
Okay, can we build a robot where the climb comes in from the side, there's intake on one side and elevator on the other?
That's so swervy.
And it feeds
But the
through
thing
that.
is here.
I don't love how far off.
Okay, bye-bye.
That kind of sucks.
No, but it
It
makes.
back like this, and then you drive to the back, you drive on and then pull down with the elevator. It's the same idea.
Yeah, but we can do every task we can do. We have to have. You can't do this.
Yeah, but like last time we did it.
All right, I think we all have the information we need. Let's go talk to your carpenter groups. 15 minutes. 9:35.
Closer. How are we
I think passive.
It's either.
Passive or on
That place
I can check on how, but I gotta
That is a wheel and a piece of That's it. Jacob, we're good.
Ours is not big.
Ours
Yeah.
And you can even go.
Ours is big and bulky and hard.
Also, I was looking, what's the bottom? The bottom row is
What?
nowhere's one of the top rows.
No, the barracks are falling out. Those pieces of big engine.
Maybe double top.
So what's that tomorrow?
With this, like the
Okay, what's stopping us from using?
Have they shown the campfire?
But only on homeland servers. Once you start loading stuff on, you have to be more careful.
yeah, it weighs 20 pounds.
Yeah, can we just drive the robot underneath first? Put a big slash shield on the top. What's stopping? That would be our ramp, and then you.
How low?
What's
probably not be this. So the thought is, can we use anything as the ramp for content? And then next is the drop. Yeah.
Why not just swing it on the rock? So you're assuming no trips right here. So where does that leave you?
Yeah, no, everything's all set because we're assuming there's speed.
Right there. You climbed up the gas. I don't know.
You're gonna make it crash out.
My concern is you're gonna ram cages, not.
It's currently broken.
You have this here, so you have to drive that case all the way back to here to get to the
But I remember watching the reveal video, and I saw the
In hindsight, yeah.
they were like, hey, you're bowling. Which I'm like, no, that's not. I thought bowling. So I'm thinking.
You want to design that. The upside is we got like 2 more people this year. And I think you just said you Fusion doesn't really like we're gonna have
Hey guys, we're.
Do you want to design this in Fusion or this?
Logan.
Yeah, it's like it should take already burned out. Because so many specific dimensions we need to write. This is this actually has 5 months and 1 show. We could do it. I don't think it's and I also just, I think
Where's Sam?
should have just made a table to tilt back a tiny bit more, dude.
I agree. I like the
All right, guys. Let's get started. All right. The way this next part's gonna work is we're gonna go around in a circle and just have each of the group leads present your small group's kind of opinion or vote or whatever. And then after that, there's not really gonna be any time for discussion. We're gonna have all of the group leads at a table somewhere, just kind of discussing this. But everybody's like welcome to like listen in on that. But we want to just like get the 8 heads together that we like, and then each of your leads can kind of advocate for what your group kind of decided and thought about. But it's just more effective to make a final decision with 8 people. You're welcome to listen again, but it's more effective to make a decision with 8 people instead of 40. I hope nobody's not too mad about that, but that's like how we're gonna make a final decision tonight. During that meeting, so after this, if you're not interested in that for whatever reason, you can get a head start on cleaning up tonight, which is what we're gonna do after that before we go home. Luke?
Also, for Chief Delphi, we're going to be doing a similar thing that we did at noon, where we want like a little brief 4-sentence, 3-sentence blurb about what you've learned, what progress you've made, and also if there's like key like wheel center to center distances or stuff like that that is important for teams to know. If you could make a little blurb and DM that to me, that would be much appreciated for each team. If you didn't do work on it since noon, don't worry about it, but please make sure that gets done.
Okay, we're gonna have each of the leads come up one by one and describe it on this robot. For all of them, we're gonna assume that this is the front of the robot. And so definitely make sure to orient the crowd and like let them know what you're talking about and where it is. So Johnny, you want to start? Your group's opinion.
Okay, our group was enamored with the little, what do we call it? The single. PVC. We're enamored with the PVC, yeah. So really, I think at base level, we want that on an elevator with the source and L4 pickup. It gets harder, right, with the intake and the climb. We were not able to really reach a consensus on the worthwhileness of pursuing the intake or the climb. We think doing them both is a lot, and that it's non-obvious what would serve Ri3D best. I think the deep climb is creative, so perhaps demonstrating that to students could be helpful. I think the intake's cool. But, yeah, so, I don't know. Cool. That's kind of where I ended up.
Sweet, thanks. What did your group think about the algae? What are you gonna do with it? You gonna touch it, leave it? Don't even bother. Okay.
Get it out of the reef.
Yeah.
Like, just make sure you hit what you're doing, coral, algae, are you
Yes.
picking up from ground or source, and are you climbing higher level? That's
On
my
us.
key of what I'm looking for.
We are uninterested in the shallow climb. But like, it'll be a backup, but like, as a defining feature of the robot, not.
Um,
Can I share two ideas that we were gonna split
yeah,
on?
yeah.
So our first one is, but I'm just gonna say this is the front of the robot because this is already here.
Yeah, that works.
Our first idea was to use this, and then we could make it as accurate as Rio's with a bracket here, or just keeping it and being able to move to this angle.
Yeah.
And then in the back, we think that since this wouldn't take up that much room and it wouldn't be able to fold up, we could attempt to do the deep climb and have all the space back here. The other idea we had was to combine a lot of people's ideas, was to use ours as just an intake system, and then the other group that had the indexer to go through there, and then Rio's as the method of putting the algae, or taking the algae off / putting the coral on. And then that would mean sacrificing the deep climb and just going with the shallow climb, since that would take up a lot of room, but that would most likely be like super reliable.
Okay.
Yeah, just a reliable way to take it.
Yeah.
Sweet, thank you. Real?
Alright. Our group had the idea that since for the intake, like right now it's on the front of the robot, it pulls it over to the side and pops it up vertical so that it can be handed off. To get the coral in the same exact spot, we could put the intake on the side of our robot, and it would come over and up and be available for a handoff that could be placed on this side. That saves us the trouble of trying to get the intake inside behind our bumpers for placing, because to place, we want to slam our bumpers into the bottom of the reef. If the intake's on the side, then you don't have to worry about, like, it does have to start inside for like frame perimeter rules, but it does solve that without adding too much. The other idea that our group had was just completely ditch the intake and just pick up from the source. That would allow us to focus on the climb, show off the passive placement, and be able to place on level 4. Because I think the intake and then the elevator part are both like they work, but have not been optimized yet. Like, it would take a ton of work and be a lot of our brain power. Whereas the idea would be to spend that brain power instead making sure the deep climb works. And I think we still have a very competitive robot using the PVC and the algae grabber just from the reef. Yeah.
Sweet, thank you. Aaron, what did your group think about the algae?
We would use,
This is like a dual.
Yeah, but she
Yeah.
was gonna use that as an intake, you said, for the second one on the ground?
for this,
I'm not clear what you're asking.
I thought you said that one's gonna be on the ground, you're gonna take it from there and then feed it into Rio's to place?
Oh, yeah, that part of it.
oh, well, we would have his like,
The thing, I think maybe Logan was the one who designed it. That would be like directly, so like his is like here. And then
Okay, so
the
you're still
driver's
stacking,
on.
you're stacking Rio's and the algae's.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
that was my fault.
I like the stack. I mean, I think that gives us just a lot more efficiency.
Yeah.
Our group non-unanimously agreed that grounded taking is not a good idea. So they're not worth our time.
So you want to ditch the complicated intake. Okay.
Ditch the complicated intake and use a sort of nice marriage of this for the algae, since it seemed to be pretty efficient at taking it off and could, if mounted to the elevator, could place in the processor. I'm hoping somewhat easily. And this design, I think, is an amazing design and would be great for scoring all of the coral, again, placed on the elevator. We would do the deep climb through the center of the robot. And I guess sort of feeling like a lot of teams can come to the same consensus as this on their own, given enough time, because I guess
it looks a lot more like other first designs, but the way we did deep climb is not something that people would think of right off the bat. So I think it would be better to highlight that.
So both of the last two groups are hoping to center the cam design, right?
I agree with that.
Not go with the winching.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Not
I
good.
think that's more promising.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
has a higher chance of success.
And additionally, I genuinely think that because of how close the source is to the reef, that we might not even be done indexing a piece of coral or have it in the scoring position by the time we get over the score, just because it's a short position, and that's a big mechanism to sort of make it all work, but this would probably have it ready to score by then. And if sometime between 3 to 5 a.m. we are upset and decide that we cannot do the deep climb, it would be easier to then switch to shallow climb since we wouldn't have to work around a big ground.
Yeah.
Sweet, thank you. Can I see those?
Both these are great.
Logan?
Alright, so Rio and Arden basically have the same idea as us, as abandoning everything off the ground. I was doing a little pitch for it again. I think we're more effective to high schoolers when we're like showing two really cool mechanisms, the deep climb and this little the same. I think that would be way more helpful rather than doing multiple things poorly and mediocre. We could do two things really well. And I'd be way happy to see that if I was still in high school rather than just like a mediocre robot that I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
And the top.
And doing L4 with an elevator that starts high. Yeah. David, you guys have an opinion?
Yeah, I mean, our opinion is very similar to everyone else's, that ditch the floor pickup. We're much more competitive with the passive because it's very quick and you can get more points that way, and we can do L4, which I think is a huge plus. I agree with everyone else that like showing off the school cam climb is much more beneficial to high schoolers than showing them how to do a floor pickup, which a lot of people do. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Again, kind of picking off of what everyone said, most of the designs are the ones that we were unanimously talking about, those are the best. We had an idea floating around that, I mean, we have 7 prototyping groups, which is a lot of people, especially compared to what we had last year. If it's an idea that maybe we just build this robot really good at doing ground pickup into scoring coral and algae, and then just set another group aside to just build a really good climb on the side.
So we have 2 robots.
Yeah, we have 2 robots in play. I like, yes, it's not optimal, but at the end of the day, we have a lot of people working on small robots, so it's an option. Interesting.
So you're saying doing shallow climb and high pickup and then ground pickup and everything.
Like very likely also ground pickup into the elevator on one, and then you just do.
And you don't care about the environment.
Let's not do 2 robots for the sake of just the reveal video and keep it clean like this is our robot. But I like the
So I'm not going to harp on the same points that everyone else has been pretty much going through, but we're generally of the same consensus of a couple of simpler designs are better. But I'm just going to go into a little bit of why we thought that was better. So normally, like on an FRC team, you're doing a lot of integration, and that's combining the parts of the robot. They're going to work together really well. That's great for an individual robot. The problem is, I personally think it's really hard to dissect that integration into your own individual components. So instead, when you present, this is one component, this is another component, this is another component, and this is how we put them together as separate components, versus integrating them all into one piece. It's much easier to digest that and learn from it rather than integrating something together.
So like this is almost as helpful, like as a nice video prototype as it would be on a full robot. Definitely less reach. Like we're not gonna like reach 70,000 people with the video of this, but yeah. Cool. Carrie has the table ready for the leads. Again, anybody who's interested can hang around, but let's have just the leads talking.
Okay, Rio and Nora, or whoever built this thing, can you come here? I want to ask something. Okay, so you guys keep saying you're going to stack those. Instead of stack you can grab,
is that tall. And then that is pretty much like, I see what you mean about how exactly. I feel like it's sort of settled down. That's the thing.
I kind of like it. They need to make the shooting.
It's not that big. Well, I mean, I know whatever. They're only like at the start of the 2019 that's using the elevator. But essentially what he did is and then it would see quite dangerous. But I feel like we could implement that and then you and I feel like it's you go there. Yeah.
Well, you could potentially,
Move that chair out of the way first.
the only issue is that, or actually the wheels would be spinning in on that side, and we're spinning out. To think about it.
What's up behind you?
Inaccurate. The only difference is that the black goes away and then makes it.
So many more times. Okay, so what we're sacrificing there is just the. It's called the PVC. I don't like names.
The PVC. Because, well, we did the and our prototype video is about 1,000 times. What? 100? No, like 100 people watch the prototype video. The point is, I think that's the design.
But it works the exact same way if it's in the background.
Yes, that's what we were saying.
Right,
And
like
it
you got
allows
three
for
wheels,
pickup.
you can just have one.
And then the front two wheels,
But then
out
also
of the
you
way,
can
and you're left with just one wheel.
Yeah, exactly.
That way you get all the benefits of floor pickup and then also.
Minus the trade-off of the offset to the left.
Correct.
And I think the trade-off in the offset to the left is 2.
What is it for? It's a big deal. I think it's kind of that simple. When we started, I kind of said there was 3 like big challenges that I think people would take noticing, which is placing on L4, the deep climb, and shooting into the net. I think those are the 3 like how do we do this?
Yeah, shooting's not crazy.
So if we could,
Yeah, I guess we did. I think we did.
It's a bit big.
So I think like placing on L4 and then deep climb would be better.
Yeah. Okay. Would I get too much? Yeah.
More so, okay, coming to six, I think having next outstanding. I think getting the PVC with the algae and some version of the deep climb done well is really compelling and really solid effort from us.
I think that'd be fine.
We're showing that it's maybe not.
that it never wants to sit.
Yeah.
We choose that it's choose that by doing it.
I kind of agree that like the ground pickup is just a very traditional effort. If you guys would figure this out. But at the same time, you're going to see robots with just the crappiest intakes and like more than 50% teams.
Well,
I don't know if that's true.
Ground pickup, I think, would be so much more time efficient than having to align. Because did we talk about how with the PVC design, how it would align with human safety? That would speed up a lot.
Be a little. You would be a concerns.
It would be hard.
Like, I don't know.
If we
Then,
make
like,
a
that's
robot,
not
Harder,
ideal
because it
for
means
an
like there's a ball, there's a coral in front of you.
Yeah, now you have
It's-
the world front, you're just
The best teams
Yeah.
in the world will 100% pick up from the ground and at least have the ability to pick up from the ground and probably do a handstand. Like that's like the classic FRC thing. You got your full length intake, pick it up, you hand off.
Because if you can't pick up from the ground and you can't get out of coral or algae from the ground, then like what do you do if you can't get to any of the ground? Like the only robot can do is climb them?
Well, robots are already not going to be able to do everything, so it's going to rely on our teams. Has a wheel.
Alright, so you guys keep talking, I'm gonna turn around and draw a proposal. And then, I think we should go with that.
What is the point difference between L4 and between L4 and L3? The point difference is 1 point.
I think it's 2 in auto.
No, it's 2 points, it's 4 for L2, 6 for L3, 7 for L4 in auto, and in Telia, it's only 1 difference. That was what, like we were talking about before. That was the idea, is like, you know, have this L4 really good. On the other hand, you made it perfect, it really works. How close are we really for deep? Like, the thing that's important is are we all confident that we're going to the deep one, or are we going to be, are you guys going to be sitting there and catting all night and realize if we cut the whole model and that is
Well, I think we want to cat where the hole's going to be. I think now we kind of understand the physics. Well, we have the 2 different deep lines. We got the roller, the bottom feeder, and then we got the like camel.
Camel is the entire robot to be all
With the deep class, I think top level teams are going to do the roller. I don't think top level teams are going to do the camera. I think the roller is going to be like a good team. So I think I almost wonder if doing the camera is worth it.
I feel like it's a shame for lower levels.
It's a show of teams that might look at the deep and say, no way, right off the bat, that's why we can do it.
But like it's dedicating so much into the robot to the camera side of things with a lot of local teams. I know this is that we generally we use I think like cheating is going to run up the case, eat it, and just move up. I think it's really hard to make it's really hard to make anything.
The one reason I love the camera design is because it's so ridiculous.
Yeah.
No, it's ridiculous. Like, cool, ridiculous. Like in 3 days, we decided that our best idea is to use the entire cable. That's ridiculous.
I think like out of the box ideas also can inspire other teams.
I'm a big fan of camp because if the ground is decided overnight that the ground intake is too difficult to get work to get everything going and all that is a lot of cash to redo. But if we decide overnight that it's too hard to do or we just don't have the time to do it right now, since we don't have the ground on it anymore, it's not as hard to throw the stuff like that either on the telescope or on the elevator. But we already have then we have 2 massive spaces that we don't need to worry about. And I think it's not unreasonable to say 30 minutes.
Would you value picking up from the ground or do you like time more? Like one or the other right now? Can you climb, raise your hand, nod. Okay, so
We are not building protocols.
okay, so you're gonna can we just track picking it up off the ground then? Just throw that out so stop thinking about it and then
I think we could do both.
I agree.
I think it's so possible.
I think the real trade-off then for you is demonstrating the L4 and using PVC is worth using the ground picker.
Well, I don't think L4 is worth it. It's only 1 point difference. Most teams aren't gonna decide that L4 is their main priority. Because why prioritize that when you could instead just score two coral in the same amount of time?
3.3, people scored so many that we had to double them up. No, at some rate, at FMH, yeah.
Also, we have a lift. Every point is because we decided before the season started we wanted to buy more of it, but other teams are deciding to make it.
Well, the constraint is like from extra. But you could do another stage.
you know, the whole thing is like we only have to do a bit of work to make sure it works. If we also wanted to implement the ground pickup, handoff, like that's two big changes we have to make before we can start the pattern.
Okay.
I don't know if that's what
But
exactly.
I think we're saying the ground intake like a lot with virtual guide we can show what it does, but it's not refined enough to build tomorrow. But we could still do something like the pitchy thing. To have like a pitchy thing that basically sucks it up into something like the PVC. Then the pitcher's open and you just have to
Yeah, that's what I was saying at the beginning.
Has anyone thought about using that design picture as the intake system? Did you
Yes, we also said that as our second idea.
So I'd like to have a lot more.
Yeah, but using
Yes.
using the trainer it's like 2 sets of
Yeah, we thought about that too. That was another idea of that as the intake and then going into
That's interesting.
Actually, can it grab it from every single angle?
Like if we were building
Yes,
our
the
own for the
one that we
season,
had,
yeah, it'd be better than
grab it from every single angle. Like it sucks it in so quickly with, and it works horizontally and it works at pretty much any.
It doesn't. It doesn't. There's too many good times.
Yeah. And like Michael said, we could very easily have we could have the PVC as part of the pitchy thing, but we could also have the PVC separate. Pitchy thing grabs it, pivots up, this thing sucks it up, pivots out. Like it could just it could only be pivots.
I know that sounds ridiculous, but you're also using two designs that work very well in
Yeah.
It also takes up more space.
I actually like that a lot, just this going up and down, like just pivots.
Also, we're taking the design, like some two double pivots and
I really like the simplicity of PVC and not doing it. I think we can execute that very well.
individuals with
Across our 40 points.
the algebra.
If we do algae intake with PVC, we don't need new math.
And that's a very simple clean roll.
So what's the idea?
Okay, what I have for, the only thing I'm adding this new is exactly what I want. What I want to do is have the intake on a pivot, where it's not right, so there's some sort of basic thing. It's passively sort of sitting there down, with just the force of the weight. And in our starting configuration, PVC already has kind of a motorized pivot. We have some sort of like little pin that's on the end of the algae intake that's like retained by the PVC being in its own position. PVC folds out, algae intake from it. That way, we just kind of like completely minimize everything. Minimizing stuff out to this elevator is huge for me. That matters more than like the ground, to be honest. Just because of the amount of atoms that are far out.
Yeah.
And stability of the elevator.
Just to make a design that like copy and not end up crashing the robot after attempting to
That's the other thing, is that you really don't want to put
It's like we can design for that.
if you take them too far, and they get in a position they can't work from,
That's true.
This is what I want to do. I
If I
think
take it out, I
the CAD crew is going to get our heads together, and I think if we decide that this is like, did you want to look into putting an intake on the side of this robot? Okay. Maybe it's a case.
I think something together and whenever we have tonight, there's no guarantee everything will fit perfectly and everything will work on their own. So it won't. So a simpler design might, while it might seem like it's sort of an easy way out, it's making life so much easier for everyone tomorrow who has to figure out all the problems that we are currently solving. It's not just for small, it's for all
Okay, Jeremiah, make a quick.
This algae intake that folds, if it's all the way out, does the PVC still reach the ground?
Yes, there's a video of it.
So it's not in the way. Are they both staying out permanently? Like
No, the PVC has to fold up like to here or down to here.
Okay, but the algae one stays the same.
Yeah, the algae would never.
Even when you go get it
That
from the
never
source.
You don't get out.
It starts up.
No,
Okay,
even
so
when
they
the
both
mechanism
start
stays out.
The PVC extends, it's longer than
When is the algae gonna hit the wall when you're trying to get PVC?
No, the PVC is longer than the algae because the PVC bumpers it is in the year way. Also, because they slam the bumpers against the PVC or algae above PVC.
PVC above algae.
Because
It has to be higher. It has to be a higher one of the two.
Oh, if we're not doing 4.
We're doing four.
We never tried source while PVC was.
That's something that we can figure out and deal with as we go.
yeah.
If worst comes to worst, this just has a single on it, so that once you run up into the source, this is is anybody gonna try? Let's say we like, I think we design all of this first, not worrying about it. When we get that done, it's like it's 2 a.m. We're feeling great. Do you want us to design an intake? The answer can be no.
I think it's much better to start simple. Guarantee the target.
Yeah, definitely.
The other way around.
Maybe that's what all this is.
I think the climber's gonna take a lot longer to design than we're anticipating, so I don't think we're gonna have.
Well, once we have it built over there, then it won't take so long to have a CAD. Like if we have a
The
crew
climbers?
staying that we didn't expect to stay.
The climber is easier to put in the CAD than the elevator. That damn thing is going to be so easy to just right in the CAD. That elevator.
What about all
We have all the parts already made.
I got the elevator.
Is the elevator actually done?
Well, there was someone else that already started making it. The other tech is Aaron, I think. Is that his name?
Yeah, Aaron.
Yeah.
Yes, we also still need to cut the elevator.
And I, what's the application type?
Cut it in CAD time.
Okay.
Yeah, what is that?
Do we want?
It's like, yeah.
You can't add metal. You can't add metal.
Cut it perfect.
Okay, perfect. Okay. Tomorrow, this is, I just cannot forget to tell you guys this. The level of just like niceness of manufacturing that we've had so far, it's great for prototypes. If we do anything close to that level of horribleness, this is gonna crash and burn, no matter how smart it is. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like we need to be cutting things in the right dimension. We need everything laid out and organized. We need to know what we're cutting. We need to know why. We want to plan out how we're gonna assemble things before we start assembling.
So I was talking about microservices.
Things don't just go together.
We have 25%, 30% more people than we did last year. Last year was already hard.
Rio's gonna correct that.
But I need a lot of people out there that are like, can be, like,
We are not
helping
hammering on
people.
stuff tomorrow.
Yes.
Yeah.
It'd be better for our talking through the plan of how we're going to approach tomorrow and figuring out what happened.
And if someone does not have experience drilling a hole in the center plant and their hole's gonna end up an 1/8 inch off, like that person can drill the hole with them.
I plan to be here till 8 a.m. tomorrow trying to explain.
Yeah,
I'll be here till the day.
So if this is too easy and we need to do the intake, what intake are we doing? Jonah's or that one? The pinchy one? And how would you do it? Because the PVC is now above the algae, and you're going from the side.
you have to get it all the way up.
Did you hear Michael's idea of the pinchy one? So you have your PC that ends like up here. It can pivot. You have your pinchy one that pinches it off the ground, pivots up, this pivots down. You shoot it, like, by the time you push it out of your pinchy one,
It's high enough.
it's high enough, maybe. So the whole thing is just a pivot.
Wait, why,
I was on an elevator.
yeah, why can't it just go
Well,
down?
it can only go down, in order to
doing
get level 4,
It's worth
it can only go down to like,
No, we are doing it.
So you think L4
This is where
is,
the stuff at the bottom of the thing. This is where the third stage goes, and then this is kind of
what is the most important aspect of L4? Like, what is the reason that you're
because it's unique.
It looks hard and we don't think it is.
Yeah, it looks hard, but you're gonna show them. Look how easy it is. You literally just hit it and it pulls it.
There's a passive mechanism with one motor.
I think we should do some sort of pitch
I agree.
because I think it's.
If you have time, like, I do like this a lot, and it may take a really long time for that, and may end up with a conclusion that this is good.
That's very
But
likely.
if you do want that intake, I do think the pitch intake would be good.
pitch things on its side.
Yeah, I'm confused about that.
Oh,
You're
yeah.
talking about an intake on the side, so how does the pressure?
Well, I was thinking Jonas on the side.
Yeah, that's what I'm
I'd be in favor of using that time if we get up time at 2 a.m. to good that point and like having drowning rocks off.
Yeah, that's true.
I like that.
Yeah, let's do stand two.
That would probably be better.
Like it's
Is everybody okay with that?
Yeah.
like I love myself in motion drawing. I don't mean to ask it of all of you, but like it makes the hardest thing to have a fast stack. You know what I mean? But it's like and you're passing it out. It's like,
They probably
drawing.
dimension drawing.
Yes.
Look at some dimensions and figure out.
Translate.
Yeah, just like the.
Yeah, I think the priority tomorrow would be to have.
So you want to add like an angle down so you can go from flat and L4.
So when we place on those, we hold it exactly horizontal, and when we place on L4, it is slightly down.
It would be an outdoor noise. It can actually go curly perpendicular down.
It's just like, it's much better. Like, it would have to really pop out. So it's like it's too much of an angle. Like, so there's structure for degrees is probably good. And if we have to rest anyway, we definitely need to rest to get
Yeah, this is like the support.
You eject it out is no hitting it. Is that enough to? Because right now you're not ejecting it at all, right?
Yeah. I like
Passive is
Well, you're
Guys, still. Come on, let's listen to what happens.
If you can just shove it up and fall apart, just work my point to shove it
All right, let's look at this. What we heard is did something crazy just change?
For this distance, we need this distance to be fixed at one point. We're like putting it in the middle and scoring on L3. So is it possible to somehow attach this to the stage and like this to the second stage? Have this one going up higher. And then if we can't have like the right distance there, then it kind of confuses more.
So that you can pick up algebra at the next highest level. And
That's a really
That's not L4. So you can do L4 while you pick up here, and L3 while you pick up here.
I would say it's easier. It makes it easier to mount everything, give more room on each piece.
It's easier to like
Oh, algae never needs to go higher.
Right.
It makes it easier to mount.
That's
Well, the algae does need to go.
mounting to the middle stage is not easy. That's the first thing.
That's why
There's bearings that go on both sides. Forgot about in every single direction.
So yeah, you're not mounting that.
Jeremiah, can you grab somebody and go get the?
Give me a rush.
And you can take the laptop off of it.
Cutting off 2 feet to fight, just 1 foot off each side.
You said our max.
It's gonna be three. So we're cutting a foot off. So I think it's valid to start this.
Watch the camera. Like, is this how high it is? I feel like it was taller. Like, is this on floats or something?
No, this is the height.
I thought it'd be higher.
Yeah, it feels so short compared to this.
You must have really small robots.
Dude's got shorts and shower by shorts, shower by I didn't even notice too. That's how often he wears them.
You genuinely pack shorts, you can switch up anything inside.
So we can like stick it on and see what.
I'm wearing the coziest clothes I
Alright, so they move at the same rate relative to the other. Right. What? They move at the same rate relative to the other. So obviously that's the amount. It doesn't really matter.
So let's say we go to a position where to get on board, this can only ever move to this high, 2 inches off where we start. So our coral mechanism needs to go up. Yeah. Okay. And now if we go take like this, whatever this dimension is, and go to here. Fix the algae mechanism.
So really, if this difference is 2x. What is this? This seems like it might be 2x.
It's still sitting on the table, or it was. So am I.
They probably took it for prototyping.
Good.
Hey, but this would not be so much. Yeah. This doesn't seem like a programming count. It just set points when you press a button, it goes to 10. Especially because it has a tensioner, you won't even need a big feed forward. You probably need one. Is the chain supposed to be that loose? Oh, so you just tension it when we need it. Oh, wait, yeah.
Hey, TH, remember we're cutting this later. Remember you're cutting this later, too.
But the differences are still
Okay.
right. Like if our coral moves from
So it's 16 coral.
What? Do you have Twitch on your phone?
I can get it though. How should I do that?
It's doable.
Can you open it real quick?
That's what the
I'm going to take a video of what this looks like.
Like that's what the
I just want to see it without having to go back there.
But so if we tilt up for this one, then we tilt.
You already
I'm taking a video of that
re-downloaded
because I'm
it.
setting it up tomorrow morning. I want to make sure I remember what it looks like. What? What camera is that? One that is worth more than a semester's worth of tuition.
But they really, they all reach here.
You can drop it and let it hit the bumper. That's what we tested. It'll bounce. Algae can bounce on the bumper. It's like it bounces around the same. No, I'm saying it's good. It bounces roughly the same every time. Yeah, not all balls bounce the same every time. Yeah. Those things do not bounce the same every time.
Yeah, this time is
Oh, didn't those game pieces break a couple times during this? Like they lose one every match or whatever. Yeah. Did we get two of the same?
When they're blown up, they have different
We got one.
even though they're the same size. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure we got one that's different.
No. It's when they're both of the different ones are blown up to the same size, they have different numbers.
Oh, this is on the
Get them both. But everyone's machines are different. Like if we have the same size,
Theoretically, this long lower part, we could just have be like a set distance right and let it bounce.
ours has like curved lines and there's no. Yeah.
If you did a
That's like the biggest issue. I don't know. That's true. Because the oil that's gonna be consistent, it's not really.
I mean, I'm sure that some people are gonna put
But is it, I don't even think this game is focused on
staring at the light, like, right? Just let people know. And someone immediately just like, yep. My theory is
I saw people comment on Delphi that they got, some people said they got treated from the same pit, and then some people said they got from the same. Yeah. It could have been that, yeah. Yeah.
So like we have our like swash
That's what we should do.
and the little three swash. I think that's what we're doing.
I think this is right.
You think we should do it? I think we should do it. The level 2 swap.
Yeah. If we run into effect, how long
Wait, is it algae
So, like low on the shape. Since we have to kind of put up the elevator, we don't leave a big discussion. So that means we is going to already have low 7 seconds. It's a little less than all three.
If it's not Mike, we got this.
Then we get to every time we move this 1 inch, this one happens.
I'll have somebody to walk with.
Right? So the goal being to have this. We have stage 3.
See how motivated we can
We have stage 3 at the right height. Then we have algae mounted stage 2. The advantage here is that when we move this guy far, algae moves less far. You can store algae here.
What are we gonna do about the bearings on the side?
We have to support it only on threaded rods.
No, but, we got it.
So what, we can make it work. Well, wait, it does need a pivot though. It needs a pivot.
Well, we'd support.
We'd support it.
Support it plate and then.
That's how we do it anyway. I'm not worried about this at all.
Alright.
Except for a little bit.
Material scary.
Like how far is
I thought you were talking about the bag.
We just did.
That's with the language engine.
Without the angle changes.
Okay. So the disadvantage is that now our total range of motion for normal is 26 inches, right? Exactly half of our points. So it makes sense. Okay.
You want us to take this garbage bag?
Okay. 26 inches. Right? So, the addition we have here for this is rim. That's no, it could be like on the motor. No, it's gotta be a little higher. But I think we'd have to build something. I don't know.
If your bumpers are within 4 inches, are they getting center of gravity the ball's going to pass?
I think Kendrick can actually run the numbers because we have to design this elevator down to 2 inches.
See the video. Get it there.
His team trying to like get it out. They were missing out for like 5 minutes and it never went in. The ball was so bouncy.
But like if we have a ramp that's 7 inches off the ground, and it comes off of that, this gap is not going to be a ramp.
Well, Matthias, it would only need to be like a 2-inch ramp above our bumpers, right?
Yeah.
Be kind of saying there's some
I was also kind of relatively safe. And I'm sure it costs them a lot.
What do you think? Do you think that this is a real problem? Like, so basically sacrificing, the trade-off is weird processor placement versus you can't do this.
I think it's all this hard.
Somebody want to grab it? Over here.
Oh yeah, the polycarb we use here on the left is where you can use it's big and bent.
Yeah, that's tough. We definitely have to so that's a flat wood. There are 2 we don't want to like
Drop the ball, right? Drop the ball.
I hate that.
I don't think it's sideways this here and this here. So when you're grabbing it, it's outside.
So it's actually not. I mean, we can put the algae here and coral here. Okay. Show it. Like the algae is kind of the same too. But we're trying to figure out if we can still get it.
We're gonna squish it in the wall.
I was watching my mom and my dad. How?
On my phone, so I wasn't sure if it was working. I'm just saying that's going to put that comment there. I'm very passive aggressive.
All right, let's hear it up again.
I think that's going to be the first thing that they're doing. Alright, this is my spot now. I don't know if I've been sitting here before.
Alright, final decision. We're going with this. If we finish early and feel ready at 2 a.m., we're not building anything else.
Okay.
Is that okay with you?
Yes.
Okay.
2 a.m.
Don't know yet.
Not actually 2 a.m. It's just like figures.
I
think it's good to know.
Because it doubles our ability to do the 2 thing.
I think it's very innovative and high school kids are going to want to see that. It's very innovative.
I don't know anything about it. Is this just the 2x thing? Is that very standard for elevators?
Oh, so yes, that one stage moves at 2 times the speed of the other is standard.
We'd be encouraging them to buy
I understand non-mechanical.
Another way to do it. They like stay in that same spacing most of the time, but then we somehow have like hard stuff for the algae to make. Or like
at the top.
yeah.
I'll take a picture of super.
No, you're still every inch
Have to slide into it.
Not worth it.
We measure.
Not worth it.
The carriages are
The algae,
beautiful.
the algae
Elevators are
on the
exponential the more stages you
getting
add.
that?
So
Each one is
the
10 times
original
speed.
design, if we mount everything to the third stage, you can still grab the algae from the top. You just can't do that while it's getting off an elevator.
Unless Marco
Because it's moved up too far.
Yes.
It doesn't necessarily have to be simultaneous, as long as it's the same position as the ball.
It's so much
You can do it the same
Actually
cycle.
help us, or do we just do have
go
programming
like
say like you've driven in, now slide this down and grab it out?
It's not much different.
Set points are easy, but then it's cool.
I think it's significantly different.
If we think back to a lot of like the really dumb robots and stuff, it's because they do smart stuff mechanically without saying we're gonna do it here. Right.
Yeah.
So like the cool asymmetric 4 bars or interesting profiles for cams over center stuff, right?
Yeah.
It's smart ways of doing stuff you can do it.
It's also more consistent. Like, you know it works.
I think it's worth looking into.
But it doesn't save us a full cycle, because you could place the coral, lower your elevator a little bit, then grab the algae, then come out. Like, this is only saving us 3 seconds instead of 10.
I think it makes mounting slightly easier though, because we're not trying to figure out how to put unvented lava stuff on the middle carriage. Stick around the camera, and we're now putting out 2 different.
We don't want it.
We have to kind of start from
The idea was like what we're saying, if this is genuine, like how every other if we show that we have this idea incorporated into doing something similar, like
It is.
and we were just talking about how much we want to do deep climb because it's so invested in it.
Yes.
This is different.
I think it's just
This is different.
This is not common in FRC, but I think this is
Exciting idea that just got thrown out by law enforcement was, we have our 3rd stage elevator that moves 52 inches. What if we mount our algae to the 2nd stage, moves 26, so that we can simultaneous this? Coral moves twice as far, algae moves half as far. Then you simultaneously move the 2nd one as well.
Coral and algae at the same time.
Do you load algae into the?
No, you can take it out.
That's what I thought.
But you can swap.
So you take the algae out and then put.
Like, if you saw the video of the other side.
It'll be mechanically faster too.
You can
because
also
it's less
swap
movement,
at
right?
the higher level.
So basically, your elevator would look like this. You'd have your coral and your algae, and then
No,
go like this.
the algae's moving half as much.
Yeah. And it works at 2 different levels.
Well, it doesn't get low enough for the process.
And see, it's even as it
It doesn't get
goes
low
down
enough for the
processor, your PVC is
Yeah,
getting closer to it. And
But we can just shoot it and cut it out.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
We just have a little belly shift.
Yeah, like put it against itself.
So the whole mechanism for that is gonna get even closer.
Frame for the low climb.
they're already like all
It's gonna knock the ball out of our system.
in files.
Wait, so do you give up the processor then, or are you?
No, we'd have to figure out a way to do that.
I feel like a mini ramp.
I think we're about to get
processor would not be hard to figure out.
The processor is also potentially 2 points.
We should give it all.
But isn't that the cohabitation?
You want to see
I think
you're saying you want to
I
give up.
think there's
3D printed
so
2-inch tall ramp can do processor.
high
2D drawing CAD.
Oh, like they
Is that
can
gonna figure it out
fix in
with-
post.
I think that would be fixed post robot build.
No, 2D
I
drawing.
think it's much easier to test in
library
practice than it is to
CAD.
test in CAD.
I think there's a decent chance whatever design we make here can be processor if we just do BIF and angling.
Yeah, but I think.
Alright, I think we're good enough here.
I'm willing to score processor twice.
The
a week.
design crew will decide if we can do this or not. There's also the consideration that the PVC is gonna go into the space where the algae lives. Since we're doing this type of thing where we're at the right distance, then when we go to the processor, they're gonna get even closer together. That's probably gonna be a limiting factor. That sucks. Trying to go like here, then we're gonna end up like.
You said you made the stage already, right? That thing? You made the elevator already?
It's right there.
No.
In CAD.
In CAD.
Okay. Yeah, it's been in there for
Can you
a
make
while.
it correct
Is everything
size?
Is everything set to
Yeah, yeah.
together? Okay, so we can just make the two things.
It's not,
if
it's
it
not
works.
short enough yet. I need like
Ah,
15,
okay.
20 minutes on that.
Yeah, but we can just make the two of us can start making these attachments. We'll put them on and we'll see does it even move the same like this work.
Jonah's gonna do it in 2D. I think that's the play for now.
Okay.
I think he understands it well enough that 2D is gonna work.
You have to cut it.
That's a great idea. So we had this thing like spring load down at the start.
Yeah.
Instead, we have it spring load up, and then when it gets up to the right height, it hits a blocker and just starts tilting. And I think with the right tilt, we can do the swap.
Grab it. Yeah.
I already started coming up with an idea for the wrist. but it's
So it
easy.
hits a blocker that's mounted to stage 0. Right. Stage 1 or maybe to stage 2.
Probably stage 2. It hits some blocker.
So then that
Which
would,
one's stage 0 and which one's stage 1?
I like flipping up even better.
Stage 0 is
too.
the one that's still on. The one that's mounted.
Sprung up.
Stage 0, 1,
There's
3.
gravity.
Are we programming?
Yeah.
One last thought,
Not
for
that lab.
going back to mine.
Yeah.
Is if you know you're going to score a processor, you pick the ball up like this.
Yeah.
And it's like, instead of like that. So that's, we've been picking up at the very bottom. The reason we've been so close to Rio is we've been like That's like foul, man.
Okay. We'll target the center of the ball, right? Is there any reason to not target the center of the ball? Only if you're range.
We don't know.
But
I'm
the
not
problem
facing
here
it.
is range, right? Like, if you grab the top of the ball, then you're
Wow, he's doing some great.
still gonna be at the top.
He's doing it without a mouse. He's doing it without a mouse.
I do CAD without a mouse.
No way.
Because like this is all you had at school during chemistry. I'm not gonna quick. That's embarrassing.
Okay, I think we have enough information to run with the design crew. I agree. Jonah, you can decide if it's worth